Good morning, Kim. Yeah, I gotta see what my day gonna be like too because yeah, gotta see what the day's gonna be like. But I'm rewatching Scandal. I think I saw you in my comments over there on TikTok, girl. So after I didn't sleep on it, they need to just throw season 4 away. Okay, we spent too much time. We spent a lot of time on Olivia in this kidnapping for Steven just to pop up. And it didn't give the thrill that they wanted it to give. Like it was very drawn out, very irky. Like we all know that Fitz wants to give up the White House for Olivia. Like yeah, he been saying this since season 1. Okay, it's starting to get played out. Okay, Eli keep pimping Olivia out, throwing men at her who B613. She's still slow and can't get it. It's way too much for me. It's way too much. And now that I think about it too, I don't know if I missed it or what happened, but like, when the hell did they catch Russell? One episode, Jake was going to the hospital, and then the next episode, they got Russell tied up. Now, I ain't the smartest person in the world, but I never seen them catch Russell. Also, why we didn't get more information about Hook and his wife and his son? Javi seen Hook unalive somebody, and then we never seen Javi again. We saw the wife, and then she just pops up out of nowhere with B613 files talking about getting justice. Girl, when did you become a lawyer? We need your backstory. I don't know if Shonda was trying out new writers or something, Kim, but she needs to let that go. They just need to throw season 4 away. I don't like it. And the way season 5 is starting is really starting to get on my nerves. Okay, and I'm not even gonna hold you either. Sally Langston being the gossip church going reporter is gave me life. Okay, because Sally had them on their P's and Q's. But the fact that she continues to forget that her husband was on a D-Lo and she unalived him is beyond me. Cause the lady moved like she don't have no care in the world. Girl, you got skeletons in your closet too. She do. She moves like she don't have no care in the world. I need to rewatch it, right? The kidnapping, I was over it. Yes, girl. Sally she was bopping around like she just don't care. Okay. And you know what? Even though Cyrus didn't really want his partner, I think his partner could really make him happy. I can't remember the partner's name right now. Because he was working with Liz at first. The kidnapping, I was over it, girl. The kidnapping, it was unnecessary. Like she did not need to be kidnapped. If anything, I would have enjoyed her father coming to save her. But she put the trigger on him, and he said, I ain't messing with you no more. Like she is not my child. Then turned around and put another man on her, pimped her out again. I say, Lord, when will it end? When will it end? All right, beautiful people. So I think we need to brainstorm a different way, and this becomes another flavor that schedules a daily audit. Won't this be fun? Oh, do they remind? Okay, yeah. So we got WGO, but isn't the are we in a big experience? Y'all, I'm trying to figure out what the hell going on. I ain't been at work since what, Thursday. I don't know which way is up. I'm all over the place. All right, so today is day. It was too much. Oh, so I didn't ran the folks off. So today is day 21 for Karen Reed, and it is day 10 for Diddy. So I actually got to get caught up on Diddy because I did not try watch. Um, I did not pay attention over the weekend. So I have to actually catch up with Diddy to figure out what was going on with his little assistant that was on the stand. I did get through the Kid Cudi testimony, but I have to get my life together because I'm behind. And then Karen Reed, I really want to say I'm gonna cancel today's refinement because yeah, I don't know what's going on. We're just gonna cancel this one. And then that means I don't have anything to 10. Oh, today a good day, y'all. Today's a beautiful day. Um, so because I really didn't watch it, so I will have to get caught up on P. Diddy today. And then Karen Reed, I think who was that? Brennan ran out of witnesses. I think this is gonna be the last week for Brennan's case in chief. I really do. I really think that this week Brennan is gonna be wrapping this case up. And we are going to see the case switch over to the defense. Now, who do I think the defense is going to call? Absolutely Proctor. They're going to call Proctor. He's going to be a loose cannon. There's no telling what he's going to say, what he's going to do, but I am here for it. Okay. I'm here for every bit of it. Karen Reed was charged with second-degree murder. Okay, yeah. So that's just where we are, y'all. That's just where we are, what we doing, who we with. I am going. I think this is going to be their last week. I don't see them going beyond this week. I don't know who else can they call. I feel like they've proven a point. No. I think the jury might be confused about how he died. Nobody has really talked about the actual car hitting the person. Well, I guess they have in a way. But the order of the witnesses, the timelines, the back and forth, I'm just not seeing the theory for the prosecution or the Commonwealth, as they call it. I'm not seeing the theory for the Commonwealth come together. So it'll be a very interesting week, I think. But again, I believe this will be their last week. If not this week, then next week for sure. I can't see what else or who else they need to put on. They didn't put everybody on. And I want to see Proctor. I want to see Proctor. I really do. So I'm going to jump down into the comments, y'all, as we wait for day 21 to begin. It is trash day, so we got to get our trash cans up to the front. So I need to go ahead. I just looked around and realized I ain't did that. So I will see y'all in just a bit. I'm down here in the comments with the folks. All right, y'all. Looks like I don't have to be the one to do it today. So I am actually back I am back on the airways. Look, with y'all this morning. About to look for a load. I think this is the password. Oh, wait a minute. 88 14 14. So you haven't found nothing, right? You haven't found anything, right? All right. Good morning, baby. I start work today, so I'll be in the bushes. Oh, congratulations, beta. Congratulations, beta. We gonna be in here turning up for you. We're just waiting on the show to start. We having connection issues up here. Let me try to get some of these tabs. I got a million tabs open, so let me see if I can get some of these tabs closed. What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm just trying to get some tabs closed. I might need to restart for us to make sure that we're in good shape. Okay, I think I got us in a good spot. So we're just waiting for this thing here to get kicked off. Like I said, I think that the Commonwealth is probably going to rest their case this week. If not this week, early next week. All right. Given that it's a shorter week, the way that they letting us out of court early. Excuse me. The way they letting us out of court early, I feel like they should be wrapping up. Who else do he need to put on this stand? Here we go.
It is. You are unmuted.
Now open, you may be seated. All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Alessi, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there if we could.
Okay.
What the hell going on this morning? They didn't had an 18-day weekend and we can't even get through the regular. We can't even get court started on time. Good morning, y'all. They having a sidebar, and they've been at the sidebar for 80 years. They've been at the sidebar for 80 years. Diddy trials kicked off. They've called Capricorn Clark to the stand to testify. And Clark says that she worked in 2004 into 2020, and she served as Cassie's creative director into 2018. So we'll have Diddy updates pop up on the screen as well. Where is Che at? Is Che all right? Because I ain't seen my girl today in the chat. If you are here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you subscribe. Mm-mm-mm. Let me make sure I can even. Yeah, I don't see Che. She ain't in here with us today. She might be in the bushes. She might be running late. Hopefully, her and hubby had a good weekend and they are in good health. To be a fly on the wall, I wonder what they be talking about at sidebar. I think everybody wants to know what they be talking about. But I will say that he just said like they could talk about it they'll talk about it at sidebar, and then they can proceed. So I'm curious. Like your girl wants to know. Your girl wants to know. But if you missed my spiel, I do think that the Commonwealth is going to be wrapping up this week. Like I can't see who else do they need to put on this daggone stand. Who else? I found a load from St. Louis to Omaha for $8.50. C.H. Robinson. Oh, sorry, y'all. Miss DV, and now we on a break. What the hell? What the absolute hell? They've been out of court for 30 days. They've been out of court for 30 days, and we done been at the sideboard for half the day. It don't make no sense. Don't make no sense. What it better not be is another jury issue. All right, we don't need not now another jury issue. We need this picking up on a swinging day. Good morning, Bama girl. We trying to figure out what's going on because we already at Sidebar. Been at Sidebar, living at Sidebar. At this point, y'all see Jen pick on the internet. She was spotted out over the holiday looking evil as heck. Yes, I did see her little photo. Did see her little photo out. Let's check in with the Diddy trial while we're at it. So Capricorn Clark is on the stand, and Combs' former employee describes how she was once in fear for her life after he threatened to kill her while discussing Suge Knight. Clark described Combs's calm demeanor in expressing his anger over learning that she had once worked for Death Row Records Kingpin. When the prosecution asked Clark if she took this threat as serious, she said, very serious. Let's see what's happening with the tweet. We might just need to come on over and do a tweet read because ain't no telling what's going on. Ain't no telling what's going on over here in the Diddy trial. So oh, the judge, I see you burned the midnight oil over the weekend. What about the DNA questions? And make sure I ain't skipped nothing. Okay. Investigator Jimenez's knowledge of this is extremely limited, but didn't he ask the serologist if the DNA test was done, but not the results? Interesting. There was a partial profile from the glass bottle in the car, but Investigator Jimenez does not know what that means. But you don't object to the report coming in, only with Mr. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, will ask. We do object to the report coming in, says the government. So apparently the government don't want the DNA report coming in for whatever reasons. He got the results back, says Diddy's attorneys. If the DNA came back with Sean Combs' DNA, this investigation would have gone in a different direction. But it was consistent with a female contributor. So it's not whether the result was accurate, only the impact. I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'll hear you at sidebar after the direct. This DNA issue can mislead the jury. We could prove this up through the serologist. This is fair game for this witness. For now, the objection is overruled. Again, I'm going to have to go back and get a little bit better context, but I don't want to keep y'all behind just because I'm behind. What about the summary charts? When are they being offered? Some early next week, others along with the second to last witness before we rest our case. Bring in bank and phone records and text is okay, but some text threads are already in. The summary charts will save time, as they did in ex-Senator Bob Menendez's case, and there's a book on that. That was provided. Judge, that leaves us with the objection to Dr. Hughes. Is the U.S. going to respond? Yes, submit your response by tomorrow. So the objection. They filed to exclude Dr. Hughes's testimony as a Reshkot ink blot. I don't know how to pronounce that word, y'all. The ink block the prosecutor could use. Baby, I don't know how to pronounce that. The R's is killing me. The R's is killing me. Like, I don't know. Roshkosh. I don't know, y'all. I sound crazy, don't I? Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. So Judge, now as to Mr. Moscotti's testimony, which seemed like an opinion, how is it admissible given the requirement of Rule 701? We'd like to look at the cases submitted by the defendant, then put on a letter. Okay, bring in the jury. The jury comes in, welcome back. They call Capricorn Clark to the stand. Where did you grow up? Born in San Francisco, moved to LA, worked for Def Jam, then Death Row, a late 90s gangster rap label. What was your relation to Suge Knight? He is the father of my friend's child. Then you work for Sean Combs. Yes, he is over there in the blue sweater. I worked for him from 2004 until 2008. I'm sorry, 2012. Were you kidnapped? What? They didn't jump right into it. Were you kidnapped? Yes. When did you first meet Mr. Combs? When I moved to New York City in 2002, we were platonic friends. A headhunter said I should work for him as a personal assistant. I did until 2006. Your duties: shadow him from wake up. Then what? Head of women's for Sean John. How long? A year. Then global brand director for Sean Combs. Name and likeness, due diligence to grow the brand. Then I was terminated until 2016 for Cassie Ventura. Okay, so she worked for him, she got fired, and she came back and worked for him again, but working for Cassie. Did you work in the building? And they showed the bad boy like office. Capricorn says yes, we moved there in 2005. Your first day, where did Mr. Combs take you? Central Park after dark, along with Uncle Paulie. He looked like a linebacker. Does this photo look like him? No, he doesn't have on the black out shades he wore all the time. What did Mr. Combs tell you in the park? That since I worked for Suge Knight, if anything happened, he might have to kill me. Objection. Overruled. Proceed. How did you take that? Seriously, I had gravatas. How did you react? I didn't have anything to do with that stuff. Objection. Sustained. Miss Steiner. What was Paulie's role? All aspects of Mr. Combs' movements to keep him safe. There were also D-Rock, Roger, Bonds, and Ruben. Who's D-Rock? A good friend of Biggie Smalls, running back type body. Oh, running back, like a football player, running back type body. Damn, she just grabbing everybody with how he built and everything. I'm guessing this to talk about the intimidation or to paint the picture of intimidation. Did you ever observe Mr. Combs with a gun? Yes, in my home. And did he talk about it? Mr. Combs told Chris Lighty he had a gun. He had a problem with 50 Cent. Y'all, I gotta go ahead and get on over to Instagram because I know 50 already trolling. Were you ever accused of stealing? Yes, jury. It had been given to me. It was on loan. It went missing. Yes. What did you do? Clark from Teterboro. I called 1440 and told them to lock it down. What did Uncle Paulie do? He questioned me 3 hours. You went home, Queens. Yes, with Uncle Paulie. He searched my house. Where did Uncle Paulie take you? 1710 Broadway. D folks. 1710 Broadway. It was dilapidated. I don't know. Y'all know my phonics is all jacked up. It was being fixed up, but I don't know. But I didn't know that Uncle Paulie took me to the 6th floor. The door was locked behind us. There was a 6-foot folding table and a heavyset man. Did you describe him? Can you describe him? 5 of me, 2 linebackers. He was chain smoking. Did Uncle Paulie stay intermittently? He came back. What did the heavyset man say? I was there to take a lie detector test. Oh, what did he say would happen if you failed the lie detector test? that they would throw me in the East River. Objection. Can we have a sidebar? Had a sidebar. Miss Steiner, you may proceed. What was his demeanor? Very serious. I was terrified. Did you want to be taking the test? I was afraid. How was the test? Wires on you, they said. Wires on you, and they questioned you. Did I steal? Did he tell you the result? He said to calm down, that he couldn't get a good reading, and he might have to throw me in the East River. Oh my God. Anyone else in the building? Not to my knowledge. Could you leave? No. Paul said no. What did Paul say at the end? That he'd come back the next day to figure this out. We started again, another lie detector test in the same location all day. Were you free to leave? No. How long did this go on? 5 days. Hell to the no. Hell to the no. They didn't question her for 5 days straight on a lie detector test. Five days on a lie detector test. All right, I'm gonna come on over to CNN because I actually do like they updates a lot better. The defendant once made a vague threat regarding 50 Cent, according to Clark. After Combs and 50 finished doing the press for MTV, the defendant told his manager that he was having an issue with the rapper, real name Curtis Jackson. Combs ended the chat with "I like guns," the witness said. Clark told the court that Combs once accused her of stealing 3 pieces of high-end jewelry and that he had been given on loan, and subjected her to the lie detector test when it went missing. She testified that Combs had tasked her with bringing the jewelry to the airport, but she didn't realize the items were gone until they were at the airport. Clark told the court that she was brought to an office she didn't recognize in New York City after being questioned for hours on the matter. See, this is why I like NBC's better than the tweets. The tweets are good, but NBC is painting the whole picture for me. A heavyset man on the 6th floor of the building told her she was there to take the lie detector test, and if she failed, he would throw her in the East River. George Kaplan, another former assistant who worked for Combs, testified last week that he was also ordered to take the lie detector test on 2 different occasions during his employment. See, that's why I like NBC updates a lot better, y'all. All right. After 3 pieces of jewelry were missing, she told the court she wasn't free to leave until she passed the lie detector test. The first test was inconclusive. She was threatened again to be thrown in the East River by a man administering the polygraph. She was brought home and forced back the next day, saying she was told by Combs security she was not free to leave until she was cleared of any wrongdoings. It took 5 days of taking the test. She did not want to take the test, but she wanted to get through the ordeal to prove her innocence. See, that's what she is. See, that's why we that's why we over here watching that's why we over here listening on NBC. I can't even get it out, y'all. That's why we over here on NBC. Yeah. As we wait for Karen Reed, and it's never ending. D-Wood, can you hear now? Right. So she said she did that for 5 days. What happened after 5 days? That I could return to work, that Mr. Combs would see me next week. Did Mr. Combs ever discuss it with you? No. Why did you continue to work with Mr. Combs? If I left, they think I stole. What were your days like? From his townhouse at 74th Street and Park in the morning to Daddy's house studio at night. How much sleep did you get? On a good day, 4 hours. On a bad day, 2. I got a stress condition. I was paid $55,000. Did you get paid overtime? No. I spoke to the head of HR. She said I was owed $80,000. How did Mr. Combs respond? He ripped up the paper. Would Mr. Combs stay in hotels? Yes. With whom? Kim Porter once a week. What names would he book rooms under? Frank Black, Frank White, and the girlfriends, Jackie Starr. Where did he stay? Or she stay? The Intercontinental, Buckhead in Atlanta, Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. What were in his bags? A camera, small bottles of baby oil and lube, cameras, every time. I think this is saying, what would you be doing? Watching TV, ordering room service, keeping up on sleep. Afterward, I'd sweep the room for anything left behind. Any damage, baby oil. How frequently would Mr. Combs stay in the hotel with Cassie in 2008? Like once a week. In the London, I don't know, is that it? I don't know how to pronounce that. At the London Intercontinental for several days, the IV drips. Did he speak to you about his relationship with Miss Ventura? Yes. Miss London was there. Chef Jordan in the other room. He called Cassie over, asked her to walk there, hand me that, go back in the other room. She did. What did he say? You bitches won't do that. That's why you don't have a man. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Okay. What did you say? You're motherfucking right. That's right, CC girl. That's right, Capricorns. You said you motherfucking right. Did you observe Mr. Combs obtain drugs? A girlfriend in New York and LA from one stop. Molly ecstasy delivered to Puff or me. Did he ask you to get drugs from him? Yes, ecstasy. Child. She say, you bitches won't do that. That's why y'all don't have a man. She said you motherfucking right. Cause why is you calling me from another room to go pick up something and you send your lazy ass down right there? I know you didn't. I know you didn't. That's why he said you bitches don't do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, like you motherfucking right. And Capricorn said, find you somebody to play with because playing with me gonna get you hurt. She said, Plum, we gonna get you hurt. Find you something safe to do. Find you something better to do. Let's check out how NBC uh, decided to summarize that. All right. Clark lost hair and barely slept during the 24-hour stress of her job working for Mr. Combs, the former assistant said. For a $55,000 salary, Clark said she regularly worked from 7 a.m. to 4 a.m. doing everything from research to fetching, dry cleaning, and food. The witness said she even suffered stress-related alopecia, the term, clinical term for her loss, due to her boss's non-stop demands. Child, the labor laws is being violated left and right, it sounds like to me. Yes, y'all. And the Miss London that they are talking about is it's Lauren London. Let me back up because I thought that they were talking about a location when they said London. So let me go back and just make sure. Okay, it says the London. It don't say Miss London. It said the London. So what did we? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, she was there. Miss London was there. So she was there in the room when he was talking about it. So I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that he was sleeping with her. She got called a bitch and said that that's why she ain't got a man too. Yeah, it's me. Child. Okay, so what else did she say? And in the south of France, he asked me to get cocaine. I said, for who? Why? I wasn't going to do it, given how my mother died. Sidebar. They had a sidebar. They came back. Who did Mr. Combs say the drugs were for? He said, not me. Did you get them? Yes, through the Spanish security guard. He also get prescription drugs in my name. They were in the toiletry bag I carry for security. Baby, because the enterprise is enterprising. The fact that you continuously getting all these different prescription meds in other people's names is criminal, y'all. The thing is the way that they charged him, he's not really being charged with any of these, like, he's not being charged with these drug-related offenses, but I wonder if these are some type of overt acts that are a part of the RICO. Just out of curiosity. I don't have the time to look it up. I said I was going to look it up, but I really haven't. But I just wonder. I really wonder. All right. Part of Clark's job was to set up the hotel rooms for Mr. Combs, which she told the court required drugs and an IV drip. She said she would unpack his clothing and make sure his personal belongings were in place, which included baby oil and a small camera. Part of the setup required a toiletry bag with drugs such as ecstasy. Combs also required IV drips for himself and Cassie, which he said contained something similar to serotonin supplements, and would help them recover from the drug use. So not only is he pumping y'all with the drugs, he making sure you recover so y'all can do it again. Child, the mess. The mess. Hey, SD, good morning. So let me see if I can find something about what's going on with Karen Reed, because Courtney, what the hell? What's really happening? Ooh, the Gigolo Beach murders. Ooh, I haven't heard about that. No, I need to look that up. Now that I need to look up. No. Okay, wait a minute. Defendant Karen Reed supplemental list of prospective witnesses: Matthew Coleman, Michael P. Arico, Nicholas David White, Jonathan Demandis. And this was dated on yesterday. Child, what are you calling these folks for? Who the hell in the courtroom? The defense in the Karen Reed trial has added 4 witnesses to their list yesterday. Okay, so that was the defense who did that. Let me see if Kathy got anything else on her page about what the hell going on in court today. Oh, wait a minute. The Commonwealth is expected to rest this week in the second trial, y'all. I called it. They started the day with the usual sidebar. This one has gone on for 25 minutes and counting. After the sidebar, court is now on a 20 to 30 minute recess. What? What, Beta? I ain't did nothing. I ain't did nothing. Let's get on back over to the Inner City Press and see what new tweets have been posted. All right, so they ended up having a sidebar after he was talking about the drugs, who he said the drugs were for, how he'd get prescription drugs in her name and they'd be in the toiletry bag. What about bulk cash? Yes, $100,000, 100,000 euros, coming back from Europe. Where'd he get it? Club bookings in Europe. He'd keep it, then give it to security, then into his bedroom personal safe. Violent fighting. Was Mr. Combs violent with you? Yes. At Star Island, he told me, you are not to leave this house. Pharrell Williams was brought in by boat. I returned Mr. Walker to Palm Island. He called and said, where the F are you? You can't have a life. Okay, wait a minute.
You are unmuted.
Here we go, y'all.
All right. I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar again.
But now we may be seated.
Oh, And here I am reading on mute, y'all. I don't know if y'all heard it or what y'all didn't hear or not, but basically, he didn't tell her she couldn't have a life. She said she didn't like turkey bacon. He told her to get the F out. She ended up leaving her employment, but she came back as global brand director. Um, he said he was impressed with the work that she did for or over at another company, and that she didn't have to work directly for him. I said that was consciousness of guilt because he knew he was a piece of shit. To say, "Oh, come back and work for me, but you don't have to work directly for me." So then she took over Cassie stuff, where she had final say on everything. Child, he knew he was a piece of shit. He knew he was a piece of shit. Combs was never shy about expressing his misogynistic views on the role of women. She recalled a 2010 incident or interaction with Combs at his Los Angeles home where he questioned why she didn't have a boyfriend. He summoned Cassie and had her sit down, stand up, turn around on command, then added, "You bitches won't do that. That's why you don't have a man." So, baby, this is why we read NBC, because they give us more context. They letting us know everything that's going on. So not only did he have her come in there and pick something up, she had to get in there and perform. She had to sit down, stand up, turn around, squat, all this other stuff. Maybe not squat, but she basically had to do whatever he said do. Child, no. And that's why Capricorn Right said, you motherfucking right. I don't blame you, girl. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Because who he would have had was me, and he would have had me fucked up too. He would have really had me fucked up. No, sorry. You absolutely will not. Yes, it definitely give coming to America. 20 years later, you still hopping on one leg. Look crazy. Looking absolutely crazy. So it's literally an extra. This is what I'm looking for right here. Times two.
Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday? Within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brannon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yeah.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we've talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10 days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when, if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231-38 to 12/31/43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data, so I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right, but my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct?
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 11/62/2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It
Please,
brings it,
voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is
Good.
You agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 11/62/2 trigger 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, there's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 11/62/2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at sidebar. No, they can come in.
Miss DB, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. So here's my thing. If your original numbers were within the margin of error, why did you need to adjust yours? If it would have already been covered. But it's specific around that the locking of the device by Mr. O'Keefe from that side button. And I think I can't wait to get to Cross to see how he do him. Can't wait.
show this. So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? No. Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I have you stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seat belt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I liked taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have 2 beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was a action reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Excuse me, Your Honor, if I may, pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development validation and testing of a new sensor array for intra-articular pressure measurement, in vitro human lumbar spine, intra-articular facet testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorded in low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this article?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well-schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by the engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference for 10 years. We did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Accident Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Accident Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, And then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion. And then every 5 years, you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes,
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes,
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data regardless of who or where you testify?
No, I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's I think 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD, an engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
In looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the Ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. I received some information, and then we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, even though I have bumper to bumper, I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
After you began your study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation, analysis, and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared. 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. West, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
We went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. That's my first slide.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner And each minute and 51-second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are 2 systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the TechStream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the TechStream. So this is from Toyota TechStream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally 2 types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, same thing, took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
TechStream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the TechStream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The TechStream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the TechStream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction, because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the TechStream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the TechStream data.
The TechStream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The TechStream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new TechStream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the TechStream download. So this is a screenshot from the TechStream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the TechStream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
My fingers are too fat.
Thank you.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the TechStream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
It's the same thing. You start the stopwatch, it's running.
Based on the TechStream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the TechStream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time, you need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask it differently.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger, and it has a 10-second window, and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No, for example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, you know, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event? And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the TechStream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate
I
to
am
interrupt, but
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was two separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the TechStream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct?
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we're ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone. Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. Correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer.
I'm sorry, differences from what?
From typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at 0.154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus TechStream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on-
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
Dr. Welch, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand you mentioned there were two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one,
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
correct?
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest?
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time, that answer your question. Then we have,
The 12:12:36, what does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
that's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct. Sorry.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is park. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point it's turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, you can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not at the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
yes,
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. 10-minute break because we went right through. So 10-minute break and then we'll go again until 1 o'clock.
Chair is right this way. Please rise for the jury.
And Dr. Walter, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. They just going on and on and on. So let me get us caught up on the Diddy trial. I'm gonna go over to so I'm gonna go over to NBC so we can go finish up doing Capricorn Clark's testimony. So if you have not paid attention or wasn't able to read the actual tweets that I was posting up there. So basically, Capricorn Clark said that she worked for Diddy for a period of time. She ended up being fired as his personal assistant and then she ended up coming back and she got fired again. All right. She actually knew about Kid Cudi and Cassie. She used to work for Suge Knight over at Death Row Records. She had been threatened by Diddy a few times. And she had also witnessed Diddy beating up Cassie due to the Kid Cudi incident, where she ended up calling Cassie mom and telling her, he up here beating the shit out of your son, your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. She said, when nobody step in or do anything, and you know, because of that incident, she got fired. She said, I lost everything. Taken off the list of employment benefits such as healthcare, 401k. He gave her a 30-day notice. He said that she would never work again, and all these people weren't her friends, and that he would make her kill herself. She said she came back into his world in 2016 to work for Cassie Ventura as the creative director. She says Combs and Cassie Ventura would have both benefited from splitting up long before they did. She said they were toxic as a couple. She said during the cross-examination, the defense has sought to downplay the violence inflicted on Ventura by Combs by implying the troubling acts within the relationship were consensual and motivated by jealousy, basically saying that Cassie had a role to play in the way that the relationship kind of played out. She told the court that she was locked up in an office for around 40 hours while being subjected to a lie detector test about missing jewelry, which we already knew. She testified under cross-examination that she was hooked up to a polygraph at 10 a.m. and wouldn't be finished till 5 or 6. Clark said that she would take the test. It would be taken for review. She would keep testing until Combs cleared her, which he took 5 days to do that. She was asked by the defense attorney whether she reported to Human Resources that she had been locked in the building while she took a lie detector test over 5 days, and she said that she did not. All right. Clark began to cry under cross-examination after she was asked about working hard for Combs and whether she believed in the work she was doing. All right. Combs' former employee told the court that she learned a lot from Combs, especially as someone who didn't finish her college education. She said she considered it another form of business school. And Clark said that Combs was tenacious. I think it's tenacious. Tenacity, tenacious, yeah. And broke glass ceilings. The jury was dismissed at 1. They'll return for more cross-examination of Clark. The former assistant has given detailed testimony about Combs and his relationship with Ventura and employees of the rapper's vast business interests. She was a very interesting and good witness for the prosecution, because I feel like she showed a lot of the enterprise working for Combs while he engaged in illegal activity. The bodyguards, the holding people captive, kidnapping, making people sit for a lie detector test. Like I feel like this witness or I can't get it out, but I really do feel like this particular witness did a lot for the prosecution today. I'm going to see. Okay. Okay. Can we move this to office hours and get through stand up? Because there are a few things that I need to address with the team before we have to break it. I know we're at time already. Okay, sorry, because they just going on and on about stuff that they don't need to be talking about. I'm gonna get us queued up to go through the tweets of the testimony because let me make sure I get us in the right spot, and I will get us read here in a second. Okay, so I think we were right here. All right, so I got us queued up. So just trying to get these guys off the phone. It definitely gave Big Red, Kim. It definitely gave Red. Okay, my office hours are from 9 to 5. Stop playing with me.
Well, the session, please be seated.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objections overruled.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38
Based on the infotainment clock?
based on the infotainment clock
And that's from the Lexus.
from the Lexus.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
sure, if you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the differences between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes,
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
it's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
And you'll
in
have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. Shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again.
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2.
And
So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
and the red number next to it to the right.
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometers data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.29 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the TechStream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the TechStream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, George? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch.
The number of breaks that they've had today has just
Thank you very
been
much.
You are
absurd.
muted.
Like it's really been absurd. Like Okay, so we're gonna jump back over to our Diddy tweets. They should be on lunch as well. I didn't put my lunch in the oven because yeah, I'm hungry too. Okay. All right, so we are going back to Capricorn Clark's testimony. She is the ex-assistant of Diddy and the global brand director. She was the global brand director for Cassie. All right, we are just picking up on the polygraph test that she had to do when they thought that she was stealing. Wait a minute. Actually, we passed all of this. Let me keep going. Okay, remember they was in hotels with Miss Porter once a week. Who he booked? Okay, we made it past all of this. All right, we're gonna mute that because I can't focus. Okay, I think I lost our spot. Hold on. All right, so remember, Diddy told her this is why you bitches don't have a man after he didn't make Cassie come over, walk in the room, hand me that, go back into the other rooms, sit down, stand up. And Capricorn Clark told him, "You motherfucking right. That's why I ain't got no man, because that bitch is the fool." But she ain't say all that, but in so many words, she did. They asked about the drugs down in the south of France. Okay, here we go. I think we're right here. They were in the toiletry bag. Here they were talking about the 100,000 euros that made it to the safe. They talked about the assault when she said she didn't like turkey bacon. This is when she came back as the global brand director for Cassie. Okay, y'all. So we are behind. Let me just hear it begin to where we were. Okay. So what were you doing for Miss Ventura? Managing her image, maximize the optics for her, for Sean Combs. He had final approval on everything. In LA, where did you live? A gated community. We have followed Kim Porter there. Okay, this is where we left off at. All right. Where was Miss Ventura? In New York City on West End. She would come to LA and stay with him or with me or in a hotel. Who else was Miss Ventura seeing? Scott Cuddy. How do you learn that? She brought him to my apartment. What did she say? She texted me they were going to this public place in LA. I told her that was a bad idea and to delete the text. Why? If Mr. Combs learned about Mr. Muscuddy, Mr. Combs paid for my phone and hers. I took Cassie to Best Buy to get her a burner phone. When did Mr. Combs return? To town? Not long after. He took Cassie to a hotel, the Ciparini. And then December 22, 2011, between 5:30 and 6 a.m., there was banging at my door. What did you see through the peephole? A furious puff. Objection. Miss Steiner. What was, ask the other question, Miss Steiner. What was his movement? Pacing with something in his hand. Did you open the door? I did. What was he wearing? Button down, torn pants. He was holding a gun. He came into my apartment and said, "Why didn't you tell me? Who is Scott?" I said, "I don't know any Scott." What did he say? "We're going to kill this end." Where was the gun in his hand? I said I didn't want to go. He said, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you want. Get dressed. I'm sorry. I just can't. This soft ass dude, like I see P. Diddy as a soft person. So just envisioning him walking back and forth, pants split at the crotch, waving a gun. It's giving animated. It's giving every bit of you grew up with a silver spoon, for real, for real. I don't know if he did or he didn't, but he just don't look built like that to me. What concerns did you have? He come to my house. Did you try to escape? No, I got dressed. Who joined in? Ruben in a black Escalade executive class. Where was Ruben? I got in the back seat, right hand side. Mr. Combs was in the left next to me. Usually he would have sat in the front. Gun was in his lap. Hold on, y'all, because I really think they got me up. Sorry, because they really do. Now we ain't. And here's my thing too, y'all. We ain't been at work since Thursday. They gave us Friday off as an employee appreciation day. We all had a 4-day weekend. They already getting on my nerves. Okay. Anyway, how long did it take to drive back to your home? At the time, wait a minute. How long did it take to drive to your home? Drive from your home at the time to Cuddy's house in Hollywood Hills. If you push it 15 to 20 minutes. What did Mr. Combs and Rube do at Cuddy's house? They went in. Could you see in? Yes. So now y'all done got this man for breaking and entering, but he is not charged with that. Y'all got this man for unlawful entry. Could you see in? Yes. What did you see? I called Cassie on her. What did you do? I called Cassie on her burner. I said, Cassie, where the fuck are you? I tell her Puff was at Cuddy's house. Then I changed her number in my phone to my best friend Stormy. What did you hear on the phone? That Scott was at Cassie's. When Mr. Combs came back, he took my phone and caught the last number, then saw Cuddy driving up. Mr. Combs saw my face and said, there's that nigga right there. We drove off and saw the police driving the other way towards Cuddy's. Puff was pulling himself together. We stopped at the Key Club and he told me to call Cassie. What did he tell you to tell Cassie? That he had me and wouldn't let me go. Now you got this one for kidnapping. Oh my God, that is Rico. That's the part of the Rico right there. How did Miss Ventura was fine? She said, okay, come get me. She was calm. Who drove you home? Ruben. What did Mr. Combs then tell you? To convince Cuddy not to say that it had been him at his house. I picked up Cassie. Where did you go? We went to Cuddy's and tried to convince him not to file a police report. What did you tell him? That Puff came to my house with a gun. What did you tell them? He said, if you tell on him, he'll hurt us. What was Mr. Muscotty's reaction? Mind blown. Objection. Jury would disregard. What happened at the house? He was kicking Cassie again and again. How was Cassie in the fetal position? Mr. Combs kicked her all the way to the street. She was crying silently. What was he kicking her? Her backside. Where were you? 5 feet away. So was Rube. What did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, if you jump in, I'm gonna fuck you up too. What did Rube do? Nothing. Who did you call? D-Rock. I told him, tell your brother to stop. Puff, he is kicking the shit out of her. I called Paulie too. I said he said he'd take care of it. But Rube did nothing. What next? Mr. Combs told me that to get the fuck out too. I left on foot. Could you still see her getting kicked until I went around the bend? Baby, they're going to Rico again. Okay? Because y'all allowing this man to whoop on her. Lord Jesus. Then who did you call? Regina Ventura. I told her he's kicking the shit out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. Why didn't you call the police? The mission of the day was to get Cuddy. So no calling police. This email, who's it from? Cassie. She wrote that she would be releasing sex tapes about me and he would have someone else hurt me and Scott Muscati. Do you recall if you responded to this? I don't. Did the law enforcement call you? The arson investigators. Cuddy had given them my name. I hung up on them. I just wanted this over. Now you out here interfering with a police investigation. What did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, I should kill you bitches and I should cut her face. Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus. How many times did Mr. Combs threaten you? I'd say 50 times. D-Rock was there just doubling down on whatever Puff said at the moment. Rico. Who is Harv Pierre, the president of Bad Boy Records? I told him Puff had kidnapped me. Rico. What did Harv Pierre tell you? He said, that's crazy, but it's going to be okay. I got a termination notice. I was accused on not properly putting in for the vacation I was on. Had you put in? Yes. Harvey Pierre. Rico, did you lose benefits? All of them. Health, 401k, my house, a car. What did Mr. Combs say? That I would never work again, that he would make me kill myself. Did you get a job offer? I did, but it fell through. I couldn't get a job. Did you settle with Mr. Combs? 2024 for objection. Can I approach? They approach. Hold on, y'all. Let me check y'all out in the comments because the Rico is Ricoing. Y'all talking about Diddy one of them guys that do all that loud talking and throw tips. Yes, just throwing temper tantrums. That's what I'm saying. But the Rico is Ricoing. And if y'all don't see the Rico Ricoing, I don't know what to tell y'all. Because the Rico is Ricoing. Okay. Aside from that settlement agreement, do you have any other pending litigations against Mr. Combs? No. Did you go back to work from him? 2016. No one else will hire me. Cassie had a new record deal with Epic. Who did you have to get approvals from? Sean Combs. Cassie was taking more drugs. Was she still dating Mr. Combs? Yes. In December 2023, why did you retain an attorney? I was traumatized by Cassie's civil complaint. Her complaint did not reference me. I reached out to Mr. Combs and said, I want my life back. You kidnapped me. Objection. Overruled. Was there a discussion of you working for Mr. Combs again? Yes. As chief of staff. When did you speak with Ms. Ventura? 2018. And Mr. Muscuddy, 2012. No further questions. Break. Can I start? We're taking a break. They took a break and then they came back and did cross-examination. Ms. Clark. Well, this is the judge talking. Ms. Clark, you are still under oath. All right. Diddy's attorney. We met in April 2024. You had a lawyer, Brian Friedman. Yes. You wanted to come back and work for Mr. Combs, right? We discussed it. Yes. You saw Mrs. Girgos taking notes. Saw somebody taking notes. Yes. You said you didn't think Cassie was good for Mr. Combs. Why? I just thought they were toxic. Tell me about when you were in New York. I was in the Bronx. I hated it. It was 2002. I met Jeanette. Then Mr. Combs in 2001 was the World Trade Center thing. Then I met Mr. Combs. He was doing drugs, right? He did ecstasy in Daddy's house, but it got worse. Yes. You authorized Mr. Freeman to seek a job for you. It was very procedural, lawyer to lawyer. But you were told you couldn't be given a job in the middle of the investigation. I don't remember that. Read this and let me know when you're done. Do you remember saying you had the biggest crush on him? Objection. 403. State of mind. It's being offered for the truth. We had to step on this. Sidebar. You called him Chalk for chocolate. I did. You started with Def Jam, Rum DMC. I don't go back that far. I'm more Foxy Brown, Redline, Jay-Z. So how did you come to work for Mr. Combs? I put my resume on Monster after the World Trade Center thing. He said you'd work for me. I was like, maybe. He was acting on Broadway, The Raisin in the Sun. I was impressed. He had a major part. He was the star. He absolutely was. I remember that. Then I shadowed him on the Vote or Die campaign. My job was to get T-shirts on the celebrities and into the photo shoots. I'd call him and say Puff wanted them to come. And they came. They did. How long before the jury missing thing? It was about 4 months. On the 4th of July, he threw a white party at his home in the Hamptons that year with Vote or Die. When did the jury missing happen? When did the jury missing thing happen? I'm guessing after the 4th of July. The jewels were still on loan from Jacob the jeweler. Who else got a lie detector? Mike B. His stylist had one. He too had gone to the street level of 1440 for manicures. The lie detector test was the next day. You never told HR? No. I got fired for 3 weeks. How did you get unfired? I went to work on his 35th birthday party at Cipriani to do the celebrity list. I came back 2004 to 2006. Not all. As a personal assistant, then a liaison. I was making $65,000 a year for Mr. Combs, then $90 at Jive. Why did you come back to Mr. Combs? I had gotten top records for R. Kelly. Mr. Combs said he was impressed. He asked me to come back and work for Sean John for Whitman. I think I was really good. I think I was a really good employee for him. He told you were awesome. He did not use that word. You worked hard for him. I did. Others worked hard too, right? Not as hard as me. I did learn a lot from Mr. Combs. He broke that glass ceiling for us Black people in the business world. Do you need a minute? No, it's just complicated. We'll take a break. With the jury and witness out on the DNA question to Inspector Jimenez, the government's objection is overruled. We asked for a bit longer. We have not been able to eat lunch. We are running ahead of schedule. Our case may be closer to 5 weeks than 6 weeks. So longer break. All right, so they took a break too. So this what happened over there. I gotta go check on my lunch, y'all. Kim, I don't think he beating it either. I think he getting that RICO because he absolutely used his money, his power, his influence to conduct criminal activity. You broke into that man's house. Broke into that man's house and beat the crap out that girl. I don't see him beating it at all. Now, will he get off on the trafficking charges? I think that the way it was presented isn't clear to the jury. As a person who can sit here and really analyze it and talk about it to people, I feel like they really probably haven't proven the trafficking in a way that the jury can truly see it as trafficking. Right now, it just seemed like y'all was crazy and nasty and freaky. I don't know, baby. I wish we could get them jury instructions because that's gonna be the telltale sign for me. Did y'all cook for the holiday? I didn't. On Sunday, we ate fish and spaghetti. And then yesterday, it was a carnival out by a mall, kind of close to our house. So I wanted to take them to this little buffet that's kind of popular all over TikTok, but we pulled up and it was packed. So we ended up going to Chili's. We took the kids to Chili's and then we took them to the carnival. So I'm re-eating this fish and spaghetti from Sunday. And then when I say this spaghetti is the best, it's the best. Yeah, we're gonna need to hear that. Hopefully we can, somebody will post them, we'll be able to go over and give them credit and watch read or see the jury instructions, because I just don't think that it's been made clear that the trafficking charges have been, I understand they still got a little bit more witnesses to get through, but I don't feel like they've truly proven they've proven it, but I feel like there's a little doubt in there, and you can't have no doubt. Was she a willing participant or was she not? It got to be crystal clear. It's called Golden Apple Buffet. And that's where I think they're gonna have trouble with. They're gonna have struggles with. So Karen Reed over here, she Hold on, y'all. I'm finished eating. All right, y'all, we good to go. My General Style chicken was slamming, or I was hungry. I haven't ordered this in years. Shay, I'm trying to tell you, because I think it's just that time of day. Like you should be fueling your body because the way that the way folks is hungry these days, okay? The way that the folks is hungry, because I was starving. I ain't gonna hold you. I was starving. And I probably was hangry with the folks over here at work. I was hangry with them. 1 second, somebody at the door, y'all. Shay says, what are some good ideas of pre-cooked and frozen meals? I need to prep for this surgery. And I don't want to cook. Let me see. So you trying to meal prep, Shay? You trying to do the meal prep thing? Pre-cooked. So if you like meal prepping, I ain't gonna hold you. When I was meal prepping, I went full pescatarian. Why? I don't know. People don't like the way that fish warm up, but maybe I just had fish today. But like, you want to get you some good like chicken and rice with broccoli, meatballs and veggies are cool. You know, like I said, I'm really a fish person, so salmon rice, and that's asparagus, lasagna. You can cook that, freeze that, and unthaw it. Any type of stews. Now I don't like shepherd's pie, but shepherd's pie, you can always do like a dinner burrito. Dinner burritos be fire. Oh, D Wood, you pescatarian? I usually go pescatarian for like 3 months out the year. I haven't done it since Marley. I was full pescatarian until I got pregnant with Marley. And then I wanted to eat everything, so I ate everything. I haven't fixed my meal, fixed my diet since. But like a good stir fry, it's something that you can like pre-cook. I'm probably smacking y'all eat my dessert. Got me some Welch's fruit snacks for dessert today, y'all. So I apologize. Much too good for children. Much too good for children. But yeah, I think Diddy cooked. He's a chicken bacon ranch for sure. I'm trying to see, and we can get us a little, get us a little random docket watch while we finish up lunch. Let's see who live. Judge McBurney got criminal court today, y'all. We're gonna pop in here for a hot second.
Whatever sentence I impose, you should know you will continue to get credit for every day you've served. That can't ever be taken away just because we're doing a resentencing. So all of the time that you've already logged and clocked in is credited to you, whether the sentence I impose is what you're suggesting, which is sort of 15-ish years, or what Ms. Dilligard is suggesting, which is more than that. Okay?
Well, I get that, but I'm not quite hearing what's being said. I think when I say mandatory minimum 10 is that what the law says I'm required to serve in prison and the rest probated. And they say that the sentence cannot be compounded in respect to having a whole sentence and say, well, we're going to give you, I can't get 10 years and then get probation and basically do 10 years and get out and then serve probation. And that's basically what the law is saying, that you cannot serve a specific amount of time, get out, serve probation, come back in and serve the rest of the time. those times that have been set by the courts, his mandatory minimum on both counts has already been served. And that's what I'm suggesting, that the mandatory minimum of both counts has been already taken care of. My thing is that any additional time would be, I guess, on the contrary, if you still have the max that you have with sentencing, but probation being provided as a remainder for both counts, being concurrent on the probated part on the mandatory minimum of 10, which is the aggravated sexual battery, and then having the mandatory minimum of 5 already been served, and have the remainder on that probated, whatever that amount maybe 15 years, and put those together and say, this is what we have probation.
Got it.
Versus having any more time.
Yep, I understand what your request is. And so I will take that under advisement. I will read Riggs, and whatever I do will be in writing. You'll get a copy of that so that you can proceed accordingly, okay?
And thank you.
Thank you, sir. As always, I appreciate the work you put into this. Thank you, Ms. Dilligard, for parachuting in on this one. And thank you, Ms. Willis. She may have already had to sign off. Thank you, folks at Dooley, for connecting us with Mr. Harris.
You're welcome. Thank you,
Right.
Judge.
Take care.
Try to play the game again.
I didn't hear what he said. What did he say? Deputy Gordon, where'd this come from? Did they already leave? The person who brought it to you already left? She'll come later? Okay. All right. Mr. Chang. Mr. Cassels. I think Ms. Dilligard has some good news for you all.
Just heard the good news myself. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cassels, the state, after reviewing more about your case and looking into the things that Mr. Chang was challenging about how, I don't remember if it was the stop or the interview or whatnot, I believe, has anything changed, Ms. Dilligard? The state is dismissing the charges against you. So unless Mr. Chang has other things he wants to take up, you are free to go. You don't need to come back unless you want to come say hi at any time. It'll always be good to see you. But you won't be required to come here. It would be purely voluntary on your part. Ms. Dilligard, anything else from the state?
Yep, I'm sending over the North Cross right
All right, sounds good. Mr. Chang, it was nice working with you. Apparently you work magic. You should charge your clients more next time.
Thank you. I'll take that into consideration, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Dilligard. Your Honor, may I have the excuse?
You may.
Thank you.
Ms. Winfrey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
My understanding is that the Wade matter is probably going to be a plea.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, we'll do that in a sec. I think I have one quick touch I can do. So Johnson, we sent back. That's just, we're waiting for a placement, Ms. Rios.
Yes, Your Honor.
How do we keep track of him? Should we put him on an inquiry calendar?
I think he has final plea in July. 1 second, this is final plea. But I told him if possible, I can bring him back.
Sure. Oh, no, of course, if you sort something out before then, we'll gladly hear from him. Yeah, final plea. So we'll just leave it on that. All right. Plea. Mr. Wright. Hello. Ms. Singleton, Ms. Gordon, we got everyone here. How are we doing?
Great.
We're doing great. I like to hear that. Hey, we didn't meet last time. I think we met Dad or someone different. How are you? Good. So we were, I think, going to get confirmation that Mr. Wright had enrolled in GED, was plugged in at the At Promise Center. Check, check.
Yes, he's enrolled. I've visited at least 3 times now.
Okay.
I've been in the classroom. He's very engaged in the classroom. I think he likes it there. It seems like he does. He has had his evaluation with 180. He started therapy last week.
Great.
I spoke with the therapist today. She said he's very involved with the sessions. He's very open. He has let them know that there's things that he definitely wants to work on. He's also attended one anger management group class, spoke with the person over that program. They stated that he's actually the class leader. He is making the other young men feel comfortable enough to start talking about how they feel about their anger issues. He started community service last week. He has completed 3 hours at the program, and he has signed up for the summer camp. So he'll be attending summer camp there and continuing with the community service.
Wow, that's everything and then some. So what's your favorite subject so far in the GED class?
I would be,
And what's your least favorite subject? Reading. All right. Well, you got to do both those. Excellent. Well, that's a really good report, Mr. Wright. I'm glad we had you swing back here. Ms. Gordon, were there things you wanted to add? You're just going to repeat the same things? He's doing great.
Got nothing to add, Your Honor.
Okay. You are doing great. Keep it up. It's complicated. It's not easy to do that. I'm particularly inspired by the fact that you are serving as something of a peer leader, which is good. I work with different populations of folks where the more you open up, the healthier it can be. So I appreciate you showing other young men who are there that it's okay to talk in a small group setting about how you feel. You don't always have to be that tough guy. Oh, it's good. It's good. Don't worry, man. It's good. Because it's not always good. Sometimes it's bad. And talking about how it's bad can help you cope with it in a way that doesn't involve anyone getting knocked on the head or flashing a gun or anything like that. So where are you staying these days? You staying with mom or dad or neither?
With me. He been with me. He's supposed to be with his dad. Whatever happened when his dad came up here, his dad's supposed to make sure he get to school. His dad's supposed to be basically helping me out. He get him, and then when it's time for him to go to school, for him to tell him he ain't doing this, he gotta find his own work. I have no other choice but to do it. It'd be hard on me, but I have no choice.
Well, I appreciate you stepping up. Do we know what happened with dad? I was under the impression that
He has this little mindset, and I'm not dealing with him. He don't want to deal with them. He don't want to do certain stuff for them. Cause he basically got all three of the kids, my other son, the one that got shot and paralyzed. He got all three of them, act like he was gonna help me. He just got all three. He made like he was gonna help. He got all three of them. He got them over there. For him to say he ain't doing nothing for either one.
okay. Ms. Singleton, do you have any update on that front?
I've spoken with him a few times. I believe he's in transition.
Okay.
His own situation. So mom has been taking care of him back and forth to school. I think that I may have the presentation of situation resolved, make it a little easier for her over the next few weeks. They have a Marta Park situation there, so I'm working with them on that.
Okay.
So that's
Okay. So mom, I hear you and that's frustrating. But I think you can see, Cameron is at a pretty important transition point right now. He was in some pretty serious trouble in the past and he's doing good stuff now. And so even though you may feel put upon and pressed by his dad, the more you can help Cameron be where he needs to be, even though you got 10,000 other things you need to do, this is a real good investment in your boy because he is, it sounds like he's heading in a good direction right now. And I think you can see lots of folks are trying to help him head in that direction. So hopefully dad leans in a little bit more soon because I'm hearing you feel like it's all landing on your shoulders. But I hope you can continue to be there for Cameron because he's turning a good corner right now. So thank you for doing that. Mr. Wright, any questions? Any concerns? Anything you think I ought to know so that if I see you next time, Ms. Singleton doesn't surprise me by saying, oh, well, but there was this situation.
He actually been with me. As long as he with me, he's not so getting no trouble because I don't let him really go outside. They going this when you won't have to work. But when he with me, he's okay. And I've been making sure he get back and forth.
Okay. Good. Remind me, either Ms. Gordon or Ms. Singleton, what the plan is with work. We're not worrying about that right now because we're focused on GED, et cetera, and he's got community service, or were we also hoping that, I'm just thinking about keeping the days full?
Yes, So I spoke with the program this morning when I was there about their work program, their work program site. So I'm gonna let him get a little bit further into the GD. He has not done the pre-test, but I did speak with the teachers this morning and last week, and they believe that he'll get it sooner than December.
Good.
I was concerned that he might have lost some educational points while he was in the transition, but he is still pretty academically strong.
Good.
They have a work program on site that they pay a stipend to. So after he's been in the GED program, probably over the next couple of months, we'll also get him into the work program there. So everything will be in one spot.
Good. Okay.
So that's what the focus right
Excellent. I'm not rushing that at all. Sounds like he's got the math covered. We just got to make sure he does the reading. So, all right, Ms. Gordon, anything else on behalf of your client?
Not for me,
Ms. Singleton, should we do a check-in in a few months? What's a good cadence? We don't need to make Mr. Wright come down here too often, but it's helpful. I feel much better now knowing that he's landed pretty strongly.
1 month.
Okay. So Ms. Gordon, do you have good contact information for Mr. Wright? Because I may not have that date right now, but if we set something that's sort of 30-ish, 45 days out.
the contact information for his dad, and then I'm gonna get mom's number before we leave today.
Okay, good. So then you can let Mr. Wright know through mom or dad or both when we need to chat again. It'll be just like this. It'll be quick. And I can find out from Ms. Gordon if it's better for whoever's having to drive you around for it to be first thing in the morning or after lunch. We can do it. However, I don't mean for this to be a burden, but it's pretty important that I hear that things are going well. And if they're not, then we work through what's not. Okay.
Judge, could I ask if, in an effort to not make it a burden, if prior to court next time, Ms. Singleton has another good report, could we potentially do the hearing via Zoom if it's easier for Cameron and his family?
That would be fine.
Okay. That works for me. As long as I appreciate the accountability angle of this and Mr. Wright being here, but this went well. And so maybe it's okay to say next time, as long as it's not one of these where he's on his phone and their car's zooming by and everything, but he's like sort of in a stationary location, that would be fine. Okay. You bet. Last chance, Mr. Wright. Any questions? All right. Where'd you get those purple pants? All right. Well, be safe. You're doing great work out there. Thank you, Mom, for bringing them in.
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I wanted to introduce you to my summer intern, Maddie Rowland. She's going to be working with me for the summer, so you might see her with me in your court.
Great. Where are you from?
Upstate New York, Your Honor.
Okay. And you are where in school now?
Emory, I'm a rising 2L.
A rising 2L. Fantastic. Well, enjoy it. You're going to see interesting stuff. Competency docket in particular. It's a interesting cross-section of the clientele that the public defender's office has, but we're glad you're here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See you.
Thank you.
I am concerned about them having to waive the 50 rights and submit to a polygraph.
All right. Shall we do, what are we doing with Carter?
That's going to be a non-negotiated plea.
So it's 2 pleas.
Yes,
Okay.
I requested from Deputy Winfrey if I could go in front of her. I'm preparing for 70 interns to join us tomorrow, so I have some running around too.
That's a lot of interns. So you're not being moved out of here to be intern manager, are you?
That's on top.
Okay. Because I generally don't get in the way of these transitions, but if it was to be intern person instead of in here, I might have to make us think. All right. Then we'll do Mr. Carter first if Deputy Winfrey has given you the green light on that.
Rolling right here. Justin, you can sit right there. Yeah, he's in a wheelchair.
This is going to be an interesting case. I'm just based on the charges. I'm trying to figure out what that is.
You know, our other cases coming up, it doesn't appear that we will put on the calendar.
Uh-oh.
Michelle Gardner.
Okay. Do you have a case number?
And if I was, General Demur is 25 SC 0000587.
Shelby Gardner. Are you Mr. Gordon?
I'm John Davis.
Okay, you're not, do you work with a Mr. Gordon?
Yes, we're both, on the tapes.
Okay.
We noted that, the VA was asking us to 2 hour term, we never heard anything. I thought it better to come in today.
Okay, no, I'm glad you're here. I'm looking for Shelby Gardner. Leave of absence. Oh, here's a general demur. Okay. And you're saying that I sent an email, or maybe Ms. Nelson did, asking the state to respond? And there doesn't appear to be a response in the docket. Let me check one other thing. Okay, and you're here because the motion's date was today. Not that there was a calendar published, it's just if there was going to be a motions hearing, it would be today.
Right, and since we didn't hear anything from the VA, I thought it better if we just come in and see what things were.
Me too. That's what I would do if I were you. Next time you should feel free to call my staff. I would have said, the state needs to respond. And if they don't, I need to rule on the general demur. I can rule without the benefit of getting an opposing view. But I do see your general demur and your name on it, as well as Mr. Gordon's name on it. I will rule on it. It's ripe. And you're welcome if you want to. We already have one defendant out here. And so if there was oral argument you wanted to make, I don't want to preclude you from doing that since you came all the way down here. I think it speaks for itself. And so I can rule on it. And okay. Well, I will add that to my list of to do. I appreciate you being here because what was going to be my reminder was getting that response from the state, and there wasn't one. So this was just lingering out here. But let me write that case number down. Okay. Well, I appreciate you being here, and you're Ms. Gardner. I appreciate you being here too. I'm sorry that we had you take time out of your day, but you've at least moved this to the top of my list of criminal motions I need to rule on. Mr. Tate, anything else?
No, yeah.
Okay. Thank you both for being here.
Judge, would you like me to send a note to the ADA on that case? I'm not sure.
You can do whatever you want. There was already a note sent. So I had just forgotten about this one because there wasn't a response. So I'll put it on my list of things to do. I just had my email forwarded to me. It was sent April 21st. And the response, if any, was due May 19th. All right. Mr. Carter, appreciate your patience. You ready to enter a plea? Okay, I'm gonna let you stay right where you are. And just gonna move the screens around here. And Ms. Dilligard, you can stay right there if you want, up to you. Do you want to handle the plea from right there?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. There we go. All right, are you ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. This is 24 SC 005514, State versus Charles Carter. Mr. Carter is here in court with his lawyer, Ms. Wood. Ms. Dilligard's representing the state. Mr. Carter, good afternoon. I'm okay. How are you doing? Okay. Well, we're glad you're here. Mr. Carter, Ms. Wood told me that you're prepared to enter a plea. I think you said it's a non-negotiated plea? So it's still a plea. Ms. Dilligard's going to put you under oath in a moment and then ask you a bunch of questions about your rights as a criminal defendant. I need you to answer those questions truthfully and completely. I also need you to let me know if you have any questions of your own. Will you do that? Okay. And this is, I think, early enough in the process that Mr. Carter still has the right to withdraw his plea if you are unsatisfied with your sentence. So a non-negotiated plea tells me that Ms. Dilligard is going to recommend sentence X, and my hand is higher in the air representing a more severe sentence. Ms. Wood is going to be recommending sentence Y. If I sentence you to anything more than what Ms. Wood asked for, you'll have a chance to talk with Ms. Wood about it. And if you want to say no, thank you, you just withdraw your plea, no questions asked. I'll ask you to think about whatever sentence I impose, because otherwise you go back to your waiting period until we can get you a trial. But you will be given that opportunity to think through whether you want to go forward with the plea after you know what the sentence is, or if instead you want to withdraw it. Does that make sense? Okay. Ms. Dilligard.
Mr. Carter, can you please raise your right hand to the best of your ability? Do you swear or affirm that any statements or testimony that you should give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can lower your hand. Please state your true, correct legal name for the record. Can you please state your true, correct legal name for the record? Mr. Carter, are you at this time taking or under the influence of any medicine, drugs, or alcohol?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you've not taken today?
No.
How old are you and how far have you gone in school?
I'm 58 years old, finished high school.
Where'd you go to high school?
John Elder Floor High School,
Where's that?
Mobile, Alabama.
Mr. Carter, are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that you've been charged with the following offenses? It is 13 counts of theft by taking misdemeanors and 13 counts of criminal damage to property in the second degree.
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
Do you understand if you plead not guilty or remain silent and refuse to enter a plea, then the state is required to prove the charges against you at a jury trial?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer about all the charges in this indictment to include the facts and circumstances related to the charges?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss the case with your lawyer?
No.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's services?
Yes.
Counsel, do you waive formal reading of the indictment and waive any and all defects for purposes of the plea?
We do.
Mr. Carter, do you remember having been arrested on these charges?
Ma'am.
Do you remember being arrested for these charges?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you of the minimum maximum sentence for each charge which you're pleading guilty to today? For the theft by takings, the range is 1 day to 12 months. And for the criminal damage to property in the second degree, the range is 1 to 5 years.
Yes.
Do you understand that your pleading guilty today is called a non-negotiated plea and that the state may recommend a sentence to the court even without you having agreed to it in advance?
Yes.
Judge, the state's offer in this case is 5 years to serve 1 in custody with the balance probated. Special conditions are 100 hours of community service, a drug evaluation and treatment as prescribed, and restitution to Capitol View Apartments in the amount of $1,521.56.
That's pretty precise.
I had the bill in front of
Okay.
me. Are you aware that that's the state's offer in this case?
The state's recommending. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that the court can impose a sentence authorized by law, including a higher sentence and recommended by the state up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter a non-negotiated plea, you have a right to withdraw your plea once the court enters its sentence if you are not in agreement?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a guilty plea which is permanently recorded on your criminal history?
Yes.
Are you currently on probation or parole anywhere?
No.
Do you understand if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit?
Yes,
Do you understand if you're placed on probation, you must follow all the special conditions of your probation?
yes,
Do you understand that if you fail to follow the special conditions of your probation, then you'll be subject to revocation of that probation for the balance of your sentence?
yes,
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
yes.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify.
The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
You see in the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is, if fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, initially pulled forward, then backed up, past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have
sorry.
data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. That I misspoke. That's where the text stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the tech stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then it'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point it pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
We could turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-handed box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes?
Correct.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go: Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the text stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
get the answer again.
Would you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer. Go ahead and ask the question again.
Okay. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to the nature of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Could you share your opinion with the jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data, one final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
Sir, I
end
now
of the
want to
event.
turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
At some point did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the form of the question, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or evidence did you become aware of that you want to analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at the downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause, or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I give you the results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began, and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles. So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. Lexus brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can you get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth? Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. we're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. You could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, but we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan, there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. And remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it. So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this we have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks. Create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide number, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other. The exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear of the Chevy Traverse. So you can see we actually, and you can't see. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper taillight. I emphasize the word upper taillight because it is right in line with the lower taillight, but yet the lower taillight also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide number, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. I don't know what happened this time. The slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data and analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
You mentioned there were 3 areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your 3rd area of study regarding this case?
So the 3rd area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the 3rd section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is a...
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105, yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, at the time of this incident, was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe, the same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus. What I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the Waterfall Grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from. So you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. Next to the Lexus, we know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint. And sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out to see what the damage pattern looks like. Or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the taillight. And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the taillight, and I'll line it up with the broken taillight in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a question. When you're engaging in these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels. If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates. If your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may, so slide 111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from 2 different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
Rhonda, can we approach, please?
Yes.
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
One moment, Dr. Welcher. When you were showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be?
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate a study or a movement or give an opinion?
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining this so we can go through it?
So this is the dynamic test, test 2. So again, this is the view from behind. Just to avoid the confusion, I will start it here.
What speed is the car traveling?
You can see it. About 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh,
and that I
okay.
would like to go-
All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lysy.
So similar to the other test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, the yellow paint, you can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now, that was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection and speculation.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
the purpose of the circle is for what, Dr. Welcher?
To show, in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus, bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
And next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
Did you describe what you saw on the bottom right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I included previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the two yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle,
Yes,
like back where the doors are?
with the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle? or
There
the
were
left?
scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing, that the puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm. This is from the autopsy report. A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid. That corresponds to the height of that rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
No, I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
How tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Could you focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee?
Sure. Oops. So my knee is approximately right here. This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay.
The location and orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer?
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
So this is some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the, again, the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am, 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again, required a same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give it?
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike the last part of it.
I
So we
understand.
don't need to come to side part, right?
Just describe the color of what you saw rather than what it was.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's different than February 3rd?
I thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
I don't see one.
Okay. Do you know if those photos were taken by the Canton Police Department?
System.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd. But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by the way, is the flagpole.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Thank you.
Slide 130.
Can you enlarge that and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where various, or what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line you can imagine is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike, I'm going to strike. I'm going to strike. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that was slide 131.
No, that was 132. I
Oh,
moved it
sorry.
because you said to take it off the screen.
Your Honor, one more request is to agree to not take that into consideration.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention to it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
So, Your Honor, I need to go past that slide.
Okay, go ahead, go past it.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing research trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. I'm moving to strike.
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Because y'all up there showing stuff that y'all ain't supposed to be showing. Like this trial is crazy. And it's the fact that y'all should have went through this in evidentiary hearings and he should know what he should be able to testify to and what he can't. But the fact that Hank is just allowing him to say whatever, he trying to he's what's it called, y'all? He's trying to mislead the jury, in my opinion. He really is. Checking over on the Cassie situation. So Capricorn Clark was on the stand talking about the Kid Cudi incident. I started putting the comments, I'm sorry, the updates in the chat, but I'll just jump into it. The one-time Combs assistant admitted she didn't help the Los Angeles fire investigators in their probe of Kid Cudi's car getting torched. When the LAFD representative called her in the summer of 2012, Clark hung up on the investigator and never called back. Clark said she simply didn't want to have anything to do with this any longer. Okay. The defense attorney entered an email Clark sent to Combs in September of 2014 into evidence where Clark asked for his forgiveness. The email was sent 2 years after Combs fired her and about 2 years before she returned to work for him again. In the email, Clark wrote that hopefully Combs will forgive her soon and that she felt like he forgave everyone but her. Other emails were also brought up in court, including one from months later where Clark said she wanted to be his friend again. Clark seemed angry with Cassie, saying she was clearly never a real friend. Clark broke down sobbing on the witness stand, saying the situation was complicated for her and she felt she was Ventura's protector. She apologized to the judge for her crying, but the judge assured her she didn't need to be sorry. Shall wait till we get into these tweets though, because here's my thing. They want to, the defense wants to bring up the fact that these people are leaving him and going back to him. It's because of the influence that he has on people that makes them feel like that. When you leave a job and you can go out and get another job, and he feel like, oh, you're doing a good job, come back. Oh, you're doing a good, you leave again, you feel like, oh, you're doing a good job, come back. But this last time you get fired, he tell you you ain't gonna be able to work no more. She basically in a position where she don't feel like she have a choice but to suck up to this man and get back in his good graces in order to work. That's what it looked like to me. Now the timeline was a little all over the place, so I could be wrong, but it just seems like once you on Diddy bad side, you fucked. That's really what it gives me. All right. All right,
Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay,
Yes.
is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we on the transcript?
Yes. Right.
Yes.
Okay, I made it.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Absolutely.
And they're going to be removed.
No talking, court still in session.
And we're going to remove the heading on each one of the slides. I don't want to repeat what it says. And on each one of them, thank you. Anyhow, that's all it's going to do. And I'm going to now use the 10 minutes to see if there's anything else in the report to be waiting.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Alessi?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
Start now 123. I have to start.
I actually have 122 is already redacted, but I have it at 123 as well.
All right, I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
Triple M, we do not have that.
So that it is. Thank you.
Yep. What?
124 through 138, is that accurate, counsel?
Checking out what it is. I'm just going to-
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes. And then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at one point.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, may I approach you? Thank you.
Not on the record, Chris.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. One more is this right here. That's fine. That's cool. Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan is giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welker about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
You want it on the record?
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Welcher?
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137.
These folks unprepared.
For that opportunity.
John, you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why.
Right, but the ones, all right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
What the hell is happening? Like, well, I know what's happening, but I can't believe this shit is happening.
May I inquire if Dr. Welch's PowerPoint is ready on the screen?
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie. From here.
the battery died on this.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find mine.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
Oh, backup. All right.
Troy.
Equally bad. These laser pointers do not work on those monitors.
Yeah, we've had that together.
All right, they gotta get their shit together. So we're gonna go on over here and get caught up on our Diddy tweets. We about an hour or so behind. They didn't brought the jury in. When you went to the park, it was to Tavern on the Green. Capricorn Clark says we parked there earlier the day in the park we ran it tonight. Oh shit, the jury coming back. Okay, never mind.
Dr. Welcher, if you could return to slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welcher.
Is that me or? $132 or $133?
133.
And that's crazy because my money long.
Next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about guiding the difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay, so I will show you the dummy test I did. Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something such as a baseball hat it'll cause it to drag across the scalp, dragging it up to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself. Me giving me similar instructions, telling them what we're going to do. I said, and watch. Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head. If you compare that to data in the science.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Prior to that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
Oh, sure. This chart up here?
Nope, the next page.
Right.
You can largely tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published, one of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And, I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from my report.
Can you answer without reading from your report?
Probably it's more complete if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report to this question. So I'm hearing the reference to that.
So, try not to read, don't read from
Okay, Dr. Welch, let me ask you again. Based on your analysis, data available, reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening, with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
So I'm gonna strike that. I wanna see counsel's just.
Because y'all done already wasted the day. It's 3:44. Bev about to tell y'all to wrap this shit up. How much longer you got with this witness and when he's going over the cross? Okay, unless he got to strike everything every 2 seconds. It's a mess. This is a daggone mess. I just don't understand how we got here. I don't understand how we got here. He's sitting up there introducing reasonable doubt, but at the same time trying to say that the man got hit with the car. Like, he literally testifying as if the man was hit with the car. Nobody knows if he was hit with the car. You just sat here and said you don't know the speed of the car. You don't even know where his body was at. You up here making assumptions to match up his you didn't painted your arm blue and call yourself trying to match up your arm to the vehicle to create the injuries. Child, I just seen it all. But I'm just trying to figure out how he went from his job to an accident reconstruction job. Like his whole job description is confusing to me. Y'all know Bev about to wrap this on up. Let me go ahead and get us some NBC Diddy update. Let's see. Clark testified she had no choice but to go back working for Combs and even asked for his forgiveness since he held all the power. The defense showed Clark seemed keen for working for Combs even after the allegation of kidnapping and threats against her. But on redirect examination by the government, Clark told jurors she had no choice but to seek employment with Combs again, just to show the entertainment industry that she was valuable and not disposable. This is what I just said, y'all. He holds all the power as it relates to me, she explained. Clark later added, I just wanted to work and provide for my son because you playing with people's livelihoods. That is what Diddy was out here doing. All right. Clark told the court she went with Combs on the day of the break-ins at Kid Cudi house because she felt she could be hurt if she refused. She said Combs had a gun throughout the entire incident and that it was visible to her. Clark also testified that she didn't report the situation to the police because Combs told her if the police found out about breaking into Kid Cudi's home, they would all be hurt. RICO. Clark left the witness stand and court is adjourned for the day. Prosecutors said they believe they will be able to get through their list of witnesses for tomorrow, which include members of the Los Angeles Police and Fire Department. Y'all mean to tell me y'all built this whole case around Cassie? See, I thought that this now I ain't gonna hold y'all. I thought this RICO was gonna be a lot more. I had more hope for the government. And now I'm thinking about Gene, who was the ex-bodyguard, talking about how they could have hit him with a lot more charges and they went light on him. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. And if this is all that they got, I don't know how strong this is gonna hold up, y'all. I don't know how much they're gonna get. Now he might get the paying for prostitution charges. He probably get that. I'm gonna tell you he might get that. He might get that. I don't see him getting the trafficking charge. They're gonna have to they closing arguments gonna have to be so spot on for him to get those. Personal opinion. Personal opinion. As well as I think they got the coercion of making people do stuff, the using your money, your influence, everybody else to yeah. I'm talking about Diddy. The girl they talking about we gonna have a I'm getting on TikTok. Samaj got her little 5th grade celebration today at 6:30. So I'm gonna get on TikTok at like 4:30, and we're gonna talk about Diddy over there. Okay, because I don't know if I do gotta go back and read the last day of court before today, which I think it might be Friday. I don't know if they had court on Friday or if it was court on Thursday. I didn't do nothing on Friday. So if it was court on Friday, I absolutely missed it. I don't think I watched Thursday either. So I might have to go back and get myself all the way back up, refreshed on the other testimony. But if they built this whole case around Cassie, oh no. See, I was expecting a little bit more. Honestly, I was expecting a few more other people. Y'all know we had the stories about the buses and the neighbors and the kids going in the house. Like, I was expecting the whole shebang. Voila, magic. I was hoping for a lot more. They built this case around Cassie and her DV, which causes reasonable doubt. And if you have a pinch of reasonable doubt, you must not convict on that charge. I don't know, y'all. If you have a pinch of reasonable doubt. All right, so while I do that little sidebar, we're gonna jump up here and try to get through some of this testimony so we can wrap this up since they out of court. Why did you not get along with Cassie sometimes? In 2008, she got more bravado being his girlfriend. The longer it lasted, she thought I was being paid to help her. Objection, sustained, re-eggs. What did you see? She went from being a sweet model to being a feisty girlfriend. Do you think she was talented? She had talent and was very beautiful, but not talented. She was not. I have good taste. Ooh. Talented to me is Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey. Cassie was more of a studio musician. She needed things equalized. Did she perform live? Not the greatest. Was she a hard worker at times? When wasn't she a hard worker? She preferred to be with her boyfriend. When we moved to LA after Kim had the twins in 2009-ish, I saw her developing more of her relationship with Puff, Mr. Combs. Baby. He supported her, yes, with stylists, other musicians, all the components to make a star. Did she get more help than others? Yes, Young Jock and a group from Atlanta, I developed French Montana. Child, Capricorn got skills. I ran into Cassie and said she had a new deal with Epic. I dressed her like David Bowie. We did a photo shoot at my house. We wrote a mini movie and shot it for the project. What about Official Girl? Super cute video. King of Hearts, it was fresh. Puff liked it. Cassie had a green wig. Yes, we moved to admit this into evidence. There is a ceiling issue. I don't remember this email. I don't. You don't remember this email? She said, I don't. Here in 2012, you are setting up a recording session for Cassie. Mario Wyans was for the chairman. For Mr. Combs, yes. When did you learn Cassie was dating Kid Cudi? Fall of 2011. I picked her up there.
We have to be back tomorrow anyway. Jurors, I don't want to steal anything. Okay, so those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And please be very careful with your social media use. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Yes.
So, we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I forgot about this. So we'll see you at 10 o'clock. The court officers will tell you about your specific directions.
Oh.
Do I need to pack all this up? It's okay. I mean, I can come in early. I came in early this morning and set up.
Welcome. I mean, we don't really want it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right.
Did Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like me to go to the podium or stand?
Right there's fine, and let's try and wrap this all up by 4 because I've already heard you at sidebar.
We'll do something, all right?
That means both of you I'll hear from within the next 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. The point number 1 is the question of whether, based on a reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial. By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation. The question of whether there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is substantial evidence to that. We are going to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise. It was in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years, opine on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded by the extent of their opinion, and that opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again, there was no collision, over and over and over again. And he just told you that when his expert takes a stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't, he did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data, tells us when, if you put it together with other evidence, and where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it. He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, or whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is one of the opinions we're going to ask him, nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
With what?
I'm going to ask him after this part about the difference between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper. And there are further slides to emphasize that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said, go to case, oh, here it is. Commonwealth v. Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands with the proposition exactly that I articulated. I won't repeat it. Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach. I have the ARCA report right in front of me, and I have the report of.
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
Okay.
It's also, the old one is the same. So either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistency. It's those two questions I said in sidebar. And for reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15. There is no.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARPA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already committed in writing to what they're going to say. We're consistent. We practice what we preach.
All right, so we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right, so I'll see you in the morning.
All right, so please.
Great, y'all, these folks. I'm here. Y'all hear how when she say start, she gets on my nerves too. Like Bev just be doing stuff. Child, let me go through this. Okay, so you believe that after Thanksgiving, Miss Ventura and Kid Cudi were what? Getting to know each other. Why did you get her a burner phone at Best Buy? I told her, you cannot do this on your bad boy phone. How did you know about burner phones? I grew up in Los Angeles. In December 2011, Mr. Combs was at an orphanage in Almaty, Kazakhstan. I heard it was Russia. How did Mr. Combs get into your building? I was told the security guard got fired. What's his name? Some random security guard. What did he look like? A black guy younger than 35. What was Mr. Combs doing with the gun? He had it in his hand. I'll make sure I wasn't muted. He had it in his hand. He wasn't pointing it at you, no. But you told the government he pointed it at you. It says, or waved it around. That's more correct. Where did you change into street clothes? In my closet. Isn't it true you went so that Mr. Combs wouldn't do something stupid? No, I went because he said he didn't care if I didn't want to go. He's a jealous guy. He has a bad temper. To the Escalade, did you pass a security guard? I saw him in his little hut. Mr. Combs was behind the driver with a gun on his lap. You made a call? Not then. Did you look at Kid Cudi's door to see if they could get through it? I was not really paying attention. I was so in my head trying to plan my next step. I was praying that Cudi was not there. Did Cassie have 2 rooms? Cudi took her to one room. She had another. You are 100% that you called and told them Puff had a gun. Yes, I said it very quickly. I didn't want Puff to see me on the phone. Did you say that Lauren London was on the phone with you and Cassie and Cudi? No, only part of the time. I wanted someone to know where I was. What did you tell her? I'm scared of mountain lions. Mountain lions. I don't know if you know the Hollywood Hills Coyotes. Maybe Lauren was on the phone. Maybe. It's such a long time ago. Are you aware that Lauren and Mr. Combs were friends for years after this? Yes. Then you see a Porsche coming up the hill. Yes, Cudi's in the black Porsche. He stops next to us, then speeds off. We chase him. Then he loses us. We turn away. Then you see police pass. Then we see police pass us. You go to pick up Cassie and go where? Cudi's house. There was ADT there. Then you go to Combs's house, and you say you see Mr. Combs kicking Cassie there and even in the street. Yes. You hung up on the fire inspector. I did. When you were on vacation, it was with Rihanna. After you were fired, what job did you get? I was hired by Chris Lighty to work for 50 Cent. Here you wrote, Mr. Combs, one day you'll forgive me, but anyway, we'll be XX. Yes, you wrote on February 28, 2015, your grace period to be mad at me has surpassed the agreed time. Laugh out loud. You wrote that? Yes, sir. Read it out loud. I wrote, she was never my friend. She wanted me gone. I realized. You think Cassie wanted you gone. Sorry, this is complicated for me. I felt that I was Puff's protector. Puff's protector or Cassie's protector? Interesting. I felt I was the only one gone. She was still there and things were getting worse. I think that's supposed to say Cassie's protector. I tried to keep professionalism as the goal. You thought you could be her protector. It was to move the ball towards the goal, to inspire. Did it hurt that he would only take you back because Cassie wanted? Yes, I have no parents. My son is autistic. My stakes are higher, sir. How much more? Asked the judge. Can I talk to the government? They did a sidebar, just a few more minutes, and we'll get you out today. Thank you. You did a lot of great work with Cassie in 2016, 2017, right? I believe so. Cassie had addiction problems. Yes. You made a short movie with her. It was called Love a Loser. You wrote to him asking for forgiveness. I wanted my life back, my dream, my competency. When you met with me, you wanted to work for him, right? We discussed it. Nothing further. The government gets back up. How much was Mr. Combs required to pay you? Sidebar. What happened with the job with Chris Lighty? He died the day before I was supposed to start. Then at Interscope, it wasn't about a job. They told me to leave Puff alone. I object. Sustain. I was blacklisted. Objection. Sustain. Why did you return to work for Mr. Combs? So people could see I wasn't disposable. At this level of business, he held all the power. Why do you meet them? Get my life back. In the kidnapping, did Mr. Combs carry a gun? Yes. Jurors, I know we kept you longer than I said. Thank you. See you tomorrow. All rise. Tomorrow, LAPD, LAFD, Jimenez, Nash, and Mia. What about VTC with Mr. Combs and MDC Brooklyn Jail? There are logistical difficulties in the evening. They believe they are being flexible. Can we get a cutoff after 5:30 p.m.? The legal minute cutoff with MDC legal is not there. The other calls are capped at 300 minutes. They are filtered. Let me work on that. There are union issues with the VTC in the evening. Maybe more SCIF time here. I have no idea what any of that means, and then they adjourn for the day. So that's pretty much what happened. All right. So if you follow me over on TikTok, I'll be on TikTok in about an hour to have our PDD talk for the day. I'm going to shut it down, finish up this work, and then my baby is doing graduation at 6:30. So I shall see you all later. Have a good day. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. See y'all later.